How you doing? Ms. Reese, how you do, ma'am?
How are you? Hello.
Hello, yes, this is Robert Griffin, Superintendent, Meriwether County. Thank you.
Yes, sir. What time are they supposed to start here?
Sir, I'm actually watching the session in place and they're debating a Cobb County Board of Commission change description of districts. And the gentleman who just took the floor about, I don't know, 3 minutes ago, it stated he had 20 minutes.
So, I mean, so is there any particular reason why we're not in there right now? Or are they gonna come to us at a particular time, or would you have any idea?
I do believe, sir, that the Cobb County matter is lingering a little bit and the debate continues. And this matter is next on the agenda, I do believe.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Best of my ability.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Ian Hassan from Augusta, Georgia, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. You're with which commission, sir?
I'm from Augusta, Georgia.
Oh, okay, great, great. Now, I do believe that this Governmental Affairs Committee meeting is regarding the Meriwether County.
Okay.
I do not know. I noticed Ms. Betty said she was from Richmond County. Are y'all having something?
Same place.
Y'all got something going on there too? Okay.
Augusta Richmond is Augusta Richmond County.
Okay, so obviously there's going to be some debate in this same committee about your something with Richmond County. Oh, okay.
Okay.
When I saw that, Miss Betty, I thought to myself, I said, well, either she or myself, one's in the wrong place. We'll figure it out. And then when the gentleman come on and said he's from Augusta too, I got thinking I was in the wrong place.
All right.
We'll sit and find out.
Another one on.
Good
I'm
to see
Venus
everybody.
Kane.
All right, thank you, sir.
I'm Venus Kane and I'm from Richmond County as well.
All right. Hey, Miss Venus.
Hey, Miss Betty.
How are you, dear?
Where are you?
Fine.
Can you see? Yeah,
Good. Good. How are you, Mr. Hassan?
I'm doing great, ma'am. About yourself?
I'm well too. Thank you.
I be trying to work this stuff and
I know I just said, well, maybe I'll just go ahead and open up my camera and
I
heard
don't even
something
know how
that
to
I've
see
been on for a few
everybody.
minutes now.
Yeah.
I've been on since
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock
Oh.
and then I got off.
Yeah.
I think I got on around 2:45. Okay.
Yeah.
And then and really I was earlier than that, but I sat and then finally, oh Lord Jesus, I keep getting out of this or closing, whatever it is. And then he came back and said, I sent a text, nobody answered. So I came back and asked Carl Wayne and he said they were still debating.
Oh, okay.
So
Wow.
that's where we are.
And they still have another half hour, 20 minutes.
I don't know what he said, but I know
I think he said they had another 20 minutes. Can't hear you.
I have no idea.
I would say 13 to 15 minutes. I've just had my phone going on low, watching the session. It's just, I'm like you guys, I'm just waiting for this committee meeting.
Okay.
And I was told it won't begin till this is over. So the gentleman who's speaking now, the legislator, they said he had 20 minutes and he's been up about 5 to 7. And I do not know if there will be any speaker after the gentleman who's speaking.
Oh, okay.
So I text somebody a little bit ago, I said, we're going to be after dark, I think.
I hope not.
I know. I got me a fresh Diet Coke. I'm ready. I got my cold caffeine. I'm good.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, we sit here patiently then.
Hmm. What game?
Basketball game, I guess.
Oh, that's right.
Man, where the kids at? Man,
No,
I'll take them.
cause it's gonna be a while before we go to dinner.
Hate driving. Okay.
If you don't want to drive,
Oh, wait, my phone is charging.
he just decided he wanted to take Nicole out.
He could have brought him over here and I'll watch him, maybe.
Trey got football practice, and Alex got
Mom
gymnastics.
did not have me doing all this shit. I'm trying to figure out when they start fucking basketball training and all that.
Didn't
It
it?
wasn't fucking me.
Oh, no,
I'm
no.
like,
Hey, Miss Betty, you still there?
For local.
I am.
It was
Hey.
not.
I just got a text message said it was still going on. So I've got an industrial development board meeting, so it was nice to meet all of you virtually. I guess I'll try to catch it from my phone or something, but I'm over and out on this one, okay?
So you're gonna drop off?
I'm gonna drop off, yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'll try to chime in. I have an industrial development board meeting.
Okay.
I mean, I got on at 2 p.m.
Yeah, that's,
That's an hour and 48 minutes ago, you know?
yeah,
Where
I
I come from,
understand.
where I come from, that's a long time.
That's a long time anywhere.
It is. All right. Well, thank you.
All right. All right, thank you, sir.
Nice to meet everyone.
All right, you too.
To serve an honest history that includes America's triumphs as well as its
Thank you.
failures. That's how we ensure this uncomfortable.
Betty,
abandonment of
Yes.
local control.
is it over?
Racial
No,
oppression.
I'm actually watching it on,
Georgia has a long history of it. And a member in the House. wasn't
the
shy
Georgia Assembly Live.
to control
Mhm.
until
It's on, I'm watching it. I don't know how long it's gonna be.
control. Are you really saying that electing Democrats and specifically Democrats of color is
So what was that guy saying?
It's a woman.
process?
No,
It's a woman speaking from Cobb County.
50,000 citizens.
Okay, no, the man that just left.
Oh, he said he had another meeting. He's been on since 2 o'clock as well.
Of its citizens duly elect Democrats to lead it. The minority.
It's 3:45 now.
Choice to reject their elections.
Yeah.
That's dangerous, y'all. And what's
I'll be
even
right back.
worse, standing process.
What time is the press conference?
Majority rule in our delegations
I don't know.
to Republican majority counties. Enforcing
Wow.
municipal board maps on Cobb County, you are saying that
I
only
don't
the
know.
in this chamber are allowed to be full.
Favorable.
Okay, she just finished.
Here's another what the committee has agreed to. Shall this bill
Okay. So hopefully they'll start soon.
I know.
the clerk will unlock the machine?
They're voting now.
Okay.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1028. The ayes are 94, the nays are 59. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. What purpose does Representative Earhart rise?
To make a motion,
Take the motion.
I move the date be 10/28 be electronically transmitted to the Senate immediately.
Immediately transmitted, okay. Representative has moved that House Bill 1038, 1020, I'm sorry, be immediately transmitted to the Senate. Is there objection? There is objection.
Betty, did they finish yet?
This passed the first
No,
time
girl, they're going all through all these
for
motions now, so I don't know that they're gonna even hear us.
the bill was drawn broadly.
It's 4 o'clock now.
Put it in Senate committee to more clearly
Nope.
specify that each council member must live physically within their district. That was clarified in Senate committee, and Mr. Speaker, that was the only change. And with that, I'd be glad to.
Can we go through all that?
Not
Yeah, I
appearing to
know.
have any questions.
Urge your favorable consideration of HB 841.
This is crazy. Being gone?
I don't know, Venus. Oh,
I don't know either. Wayne just texted me and said they were getting ready to start.
Is Senator Alberts with us? I don't see him. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to switch some maps out. We thought he was here. He had asked to go first, but let me go ahead and just make sure everybody knows where they're at. You're at the Governmental Affairs Committee meeting. We have a number of bills we'll be taking up today. I do have a couple of statements and comments I want to make before we begin. This meeting will be conducted with proper decorum and conduct by everyone here. We have these bills that are very sensitive, and I want everyone to have a chance to speak about it, and it is my intention to have everyone who wants to speak to the bills. However, we are going to limit the time that each person can speak to 2 minutes. So those that are presenting bills have a little bit longer, and they are able to take questions. And with that, before we actually start the meeting, we're going to have a word of prayer, and I'm going to see if Representative Lumsden would give us a word of prayer.
Bow with me. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for your love and your goodness to us and for watching over us and caring for us. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity that you've given to each of us to be here today and to participate in this process, for the responsibility that you have given to us. We ask for your wisdom, for your guidance, and for your direction, and may everything that we do be in accordance with your will. We pray it in Jesus' name and for his sake. Amen.
Thank you. All right, we will start with our first bill, and we're going to call up Senator Robertson, if you'll come forward with your bill. First one I have is 386, Senate Bill 386.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee, I appreciate the opportunity to present these bills. The first bill being Bill 386. And I'd like to start by saying that these are two unique bills today as they're dealing with redistricting. And it deals with the county of Meriwether, which I represent the entire county. And my counterparts in the county are Representative Debbie Buckner and Representative David Jenkins. And Senate Bill 386 deals with the county commissioners of Meriwether County. When this process started, the Board of Commissioners of Meriwether County teamed up with the Reapportionment and Redistricting Office located here in the CLOB, and they used the minimal adjustment process to adjust the county commission maps. Throughout this process, myself, Representative Buckner, and Representative Jenkins communicated back and forth as they moved through the process to ensure that they were able to get all the resources and information that they needed. So the board came up with the maps. All three of us attended the board meeting where the maps were presented. During that board meeting, I was advised that Representative Jenkins had went out and worked with the office downstairs and had a different set of maps drawn. But because of the way the maps were drawn, I felt that the Board of Commissioners had done the job that they were required to do. So I supported those maps along with Representative Buckner. And so once we got up here in session, because of the fact that the two representatives did not concur on the maps, I dropped the legislation on the Senate side to have these maps approved, and the legislation was passed unanimously by the Senate and then transferred over here to the House. I feel that even though on the Board of Commissioners map, there was one dissenting vote on the board, currently in Meriwether County, I'm proud to say that we have majority districts that elect people of color. And we have majority minority districts that support candidates who look like me. We do not have the problems that I hear in other parts of the state. And so I would appreciate the consideration of the committee to pass Senate Bill 386 out that would allow the Board of Commissioners of Meriwether County to be redistricted so that we could have our election official there, get the ballots and everything out on time and get the equipment set up properly. And I do have members of the Board of Commission, and I do have our registrar for the County of Meriwether here to speak to any questions that the committee may have concerning the maps.
Does
And-
anyone on the committee have a question? I don't see any, but I do want to make a statement. It is unusual for us to have hearings during our full committee. Time is of the essence to get the maps done, so voters will have that opportunity. That's why we are having folks today can go to the podium and they're allowed to speak. So if anybody would like to speak to the map, the first one on this map is Theron Gay. If you would like to speak, please go to the podium. Please identify yourself.
Yes, my name is Theron Gay. I'm here representing Meriwether County and the Meriwether County Board of Commissioners. I have with me today Michelle Irizarry, who is our county administrator, and I have Patty Threadgill, who is our election superintendent. And we appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you guys today. We're here to speak in favor of this bill. I know that we appreciate all you guys do in representing us and representing the citizens. And I also know that you respect the job and the responsibilities of the local elected officials as well, including the Board of Commissioners and the school board. And I did want to put out that and point out that these bills, 386, and I think you go address the school board bill, were all approved by the Board of Commissioners and the Board of Education. And it also had bipartisan support from the Senate and the House. And we feel like this is very, very important. This map was generated as a minimum change map. It was drafted by the Reapportionment Office. It met all of the guidance of the federal laws relating to Voter Rights Act, and it met all the necessary criteria. It was introduced properly, and we feel like it's a good bill. We feel like it really answers what we need in our community. There was another bill that I understand was introduced, and this was on a letter dated December 13th. I did want to point out just a few things that we respectfully disagree with that. It talks about on paragraph 2 about only minority commissioner and not having a reasonable opportunity to reelect for her term. I wanted to point out that the last 8 years have been represented. This was not a majority minority district, but we still had a minority representative in District 1. We also had a minority representative in District 2, which, by the way, will be a majority minority. Now we have a non-minority representative in that district. Over the years, we've had a lot of diversity there, really good representation, and the community works well together. This also says there's no minority opportunity zones or districts created. I don't know about that, but I do know that District 2 under this will have a 53% minority. The one statement under paragraph 5, it says the effect of the map for the first time shows since the federal courts required us to elect in districts, that Meriwether County will have no minority commissioners in its governing body. I think that statement is incorrect because there are 3 posts that are up for election, and we don't know what those are going to be. Our citizens have historically said. So we very much support this Senate bill and would ask you guys to consider that.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
The next one is Bob Patterson. You'd come to the podium, and 2 minutes goes by real quick.
Thank you. I'm Bob Patterson. I represent District 5 on the Board of Education. I'm a Baptist preacher. I understand about time, and I think I can do it in 2 minutes with 3 points and no poem.
All right.
We'll see if we can. As the previous speakers have indicated, we met as a group, heard both proposals, and we decided that this one that Senator Robertson has introduced is the one that best meets our needs in Meriwether County. It provides for minimal disruption, which makes it better for the voters, the poll workers, and the people standing for election. Another map that's circulating around would change every one of us on the Board of Education to a different district. We think there's utility and value in a minimal change map as you see presented here. We also did this in a nonpartisan and unanimous decision. The Board of Education is racially and politically diverse. We made a unanimous decision and we've reaffirmed that decision. So it's been made by the local people without partisan concerns or any racial overtones to it. And finally, we've just never been told any good reason to choose another map. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Buckner, if you'd like to go to the podium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, we are referring to both maps because the map for the commission and the map for the school board are the same map, which creates a lot less confusion for our voters. They remain in the same district for either their county commission or their school board. So both boards have selected this particular map, and it would be really wonderful if you would vote in favor of both maps because the due diligence was done. This was the first county in the state of Georgia to learn about when the census data records were coming out and what the process was going to be like. That the redistricting office did a Zoom call with them in February prior to all of the data coming out. So they've been very diligent and worked very hard, and we would appreciate your support of these maps. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on these maps, on this map? Okay, I don't see anyone. I will. Okay, let's see. At this time, I will. I hear a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion, a second. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All right, let's check with those on Zoom. All those in favor? Say aye.
Mary Frances Williams, aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you. Now, if you would go forward with your next bill,
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next bill is Senate Bill 387, LC number 471373. And it is dealing with the Meriwether County Board of Education. The only deviation between my testimony on the first bill is that the Meriwether County Board of Education unanimously approved the maps that were the minimum change maps that they worked with downstairs. Both maps were discussed at all meetings between myself and the two representatives. And these maps not only do exactly what Representative Buckner mentioned, but it also keeps every member of the Board of Education in their current districts. And within the Board of Education, we have also had the opportunity to have majority districts elect minorities to lead for them on the Board of Education. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll entertain any questions, but respectfully ask the committee to pass this also.
thank you. I don't see any questions from the committee. However, I do have on Zoom Robert Griffin. If you would like to speak, please unmic.
Yes, ma'am. This is Robert Griffin. I'm Superintendent of Education in Meriwether County, Georgia, and I certainly thank all the committee members for their service. Just like to clarify what had been stated by Senator Robertson and Representative Buckner and Mr. Theron Gay and Dr. Bob Patterson is that the two map proposals were presented to the Board of Education at the work session on December 13th, 2021, and our school board, both racially and politically diverse, did unanimously select the map that's being discussed before this committee today on December the 27th of 2021. And again, I thank each of you for your service and consideration.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. Okay, I see no other questions. Do I hear a motion? Do I have a second? Okay, all those in favor, say aye. On Zoom?
Hands aye.
I, Mary Frances Williams.
Any of those against will say nay. The motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, next, we will hear Senator Albers, if you will come to the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies for my tardiness. We're all going to a few committee meetings at one time right now.
That's correct.
I've got Senate Bill 437 for you. This is the redistricting for the Fulton County Commission maps as being posted over here. Fulton County Commissioners worked together to provide a map that they submitted to their districting office. That map was done, I believe, in good faith. When I got here, though, it had a bunch of technical challenges in there, mostly with an extraordinary amount of split precincts. Worked with Gina in our redistricting office, who I have to give another shout out. I know we always do, for the extraordinary job her and her team have done. We cleaned that up. And what you have here is the same spirit of what was passed prior. And that map now has passed the Senate unanimously. And I believe meets all the criteria we wanted to, keeps all the current incumbents in the place that they were, and the communities of interest intact. And if there are no questions, I would yield.
I don't see any questions at the moment. Oh, let's see. Yes, there is a question. Let me see. Representative Maynard.
I move to substitute SB 437 with the substitute map, and I've discussed it with Senator Albers.
Okay, at the appropriate time, we will take that up. Let's see. Representative Fleming.
Senator, good to see you today. We talked about these maps earlier, and your map on the bottom of it, the map down there, as I look at it, has what I referred to, and maybe others did, the crooked finger. Representative Maynard's maps gets rid of that. How about that?
Well, first off, great to see you as well, and thank you for your comments. I believe everybody here is working in good faith. We usually leave it to those that live in kind of the north part of the county above Atlanta to do their maps, and those in the South County to do their maps. I am comfortable with either map. So I think whatever is the pleasure of the committee, I would be fine with.
Thank you.
They are passing out the substitute right now. You have the maps right now that are on display. Are there any questions to the substitute? Representative Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question for the bill sponsor. Did the Fulton County Democrat senators agree to the substitute for this?
I am not aware of their posture on the substitute map. I can only tell you what we passed that you have currently in front of you as Senate Bill 437, the original, that did pass unanimously.
Thank you.
Representative Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a procedural question. So if the map is substituted here and voted out of committee, would it then have to go back to the Senate side for approval by all the members of the Fulton delegation on that side?
It'd actually be a general bill, so it would have to have a full vote of the Senate at that point for either an agree or disagree.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Representative Brunel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You stated that it didn't matter which map passed. Is that correct?
I have no concern with either one of the maps as they are written today. Obviously, you can see the one that's to my left, which is the one that passed. However, I have no issue with the changes in the South County. If that's what the will of the body is, I'm fine either way.
Okay, so the community has viewed your map?
The one that has passed the Senate had everybody's thumbs up approval, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Leverett.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I did not.
Okay, with Representative Maynard.
Senator thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Senator Albers. Are you aware if Fulton County voted on a final map and sent it to the reapportionment office?
I am not aware. The challenge was Fulton County was quite a bit behind on getting their map to us. We had hoped to get it about 6 to 8 weeks earlier than it actually arrived. By the time it arrived, because it had so many defects and deficiencies in it, I worked with reapportionment just to clean those up to get the map started, so we didn't have to wait any longer, because we didn't want to get in a posture where the map was passed too late in order to impact the elections in May. So I am not aware where Fulton County is or isn't at this point with approving any of the updated maps.
And a follow-up question, if I may. Follow-up question is it not true that the 4 people that voted for your, not voted, but that signed the back of your map were all Republicans? Because in a previous committee, it was stated that it was bipartisan signage of your map.
The bill, because it was it was taken off of the original. Let me rephrase that. The original bill that we put in there was not germane at all to redistricting. When our friends at Legislative Council offered me a substitute, they actually substituted the wrong bill. So the bill that was originally put forward was to make county commission seats nonpartisan. And because they amended the wrong bill, I just used that bill anyway in order to keep the process moving. So that's why you probably only saw 4 people that were signing that bill. However, because it's got a whole new life to it, I wouldn't necessarily call that equal anymore.
Representative Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one final question. So we've seen in other counties where sometimes when we're talking about this crooked finger in this map, we've seen in some counties where the DOJ has drawn districts in a certain way. I'm not suggesting that that's what happened in Fulton County, but do you have any historical information on how the crooked finger got there?
I do not, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, if you could clarify again, just so we understand the process of this map on the Senate side. So your local delegation on the Senate side, all of the members agreed on the map.
We all voted for the map in the Senate. It became unanimous out of the Senate for Democrat and Republican alike. There were many different maps that were discussed in different delegation meetings. However, I'm not sure, because there were different maps at different times, which one people were talking about, but it obviously received unanimous support.
And then the substitute map that's being introduced now, where one, unclear if it would be unanimously supported by the senators, and 2, I'm also unclear about the posture of the Fulton commissioners.
I cannot speak for any one of those, unfortunately.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, I was going to see, would you like to introduce and discuss your bill a little, your substitute? Representative Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did a diagram to just help with the flow of things. If you look in your packet, the only reason why we're here today is because Fulton County did not submit a map, which is why Senator Albers independently drew a map, and the same reason why I independently drew a map. On my side, on the House side, we were continuously waiting for a map from Fulton County. Representative Saines at the last committee hearing, his question to me was, are you saying that Fulton County and the delegation failed to provide a map? In so many words, I said they did not, but I want to make the record clear, they did not provide a map. If you look further down at this crooked finger, that area in the middle where the crooked finger is actually the area that I represent. That is one of the poorest communities in the district. If any of the representatives were to take a closer look of this map, you would see individual precincts, that have 3 different commissioners, which is why we made the lines correct. Every single commissioner is within their same district. Also, there were 2 commissioners that moved. We accommodated their moves. And let's see what else. And like Senator Albert said, he was really concerned with the North Fulton piece. I can see why I am the most concerned about the disenfranchised citizens, because those are the citizens that I represent. No one else up here represents that community. And to be more specific, that's the area over by the Mercedes-Benz Stadium and west of it. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question for the author. I just have a statement. I have been on governmental affairs since I was elected. And one of the counties that I've always taken up for is Fulton County. And for all the different things that have gone on this time, it has, been kind of disheartening. And I just want to make sure that going forward, that Fulton County will be able to find their way back and be able to work together, that things are not offered by one individual. When you're in a delegation, you should be able to work together, and it should not be an I. It should be a we. And I just not in favor of people, of representatives or senators coming down and airing their dirty laundry down here. That's not our job as representatives.
Let's
So thank
please
you.
keep focused on the bill. Thank you. Representative Shannon, did you have a comment? All right. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak to the bill? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion. What's your number?
10.
Okay,
What number?
go ahead.
I move due pass of Senator Albert's bill and his map.
All right, we have a, let's see, number 27. We have a substitute that's on the table.
I move to do pass Senator Albert's substitute of SB 437.
I don't believe that motion is in order, Madam Chair. I'm trying to
Speak, Representative Fleming,
Have an amendment.
please state your amendment.
By way of substitute, I move that we amend the bill in question with LC 44-1960S, which is Representative Maynard's map, substitute in full.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to be clear, make sure I understand. The motion before us is my motion to pass Senator Albert's map. And my view is that Representative Maynard has made a motion out of order. Mr. Fleming has made a motion to amend my motion. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
No, I don't think he was addressing yours. He was addressing
Senator Albert's bill by substitute.
Alpers by substitute.
And the purpose of his substituting,
He's making an amendment to Albert's bill to replace it with the substitute.
so he's trying to correct the error that Representative Maynard made by putting her bill before us in the
Right,
substitute.
he was putting it in correct order.
So if I want to vote for Mr. Albert's bill as originally put forward, I would vote no on Mr. Fleming's position.
All right, let's see. Representative Anderson,
Madam Chair, Chairman Oliver made a motion. Did we have a second on that motion? We did have a second. Okay, thank you.
okay, we can, what I'm going to do is we're going to take a motion on the sub as it is without it being a separate motion. Does that make sense?
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, I'm confused. This is Rep. Williams.
Go right ahead. What are you asking? What is your question?
Well, so what are we voting on? Are we voted on Senator Albers, Representative Oliver's motion as amended by Representative Fleming?
I think we're ironing it out right now. It may be actually a replacement. It is going to be a substitute that we're going to be voting on. It doesn't have to be in the form of an amendment. Right now, the motion is on the table to be voted on for the amendment.
I know I'm slow and I'm not, I want to make 100% sure I'm not so slow that I'm missing this. But what you're asking us to vote on right now is Mr. Fleming's motion to substitute Representative Maynard's map for Mr. Albert's map, and therefore move forward with her proposal.
You're not on the Governmental Affairs, are you?
Okay, where we are right now, Representative Fleming has a motion on the floor. Is there a second to his motion? To the amendment? Okay, we had a motion and a second on his amendment to insert that map onto Albert's bill, and that is what we are going to vote on. Is that clear to everybody? Okay, I will call the question. We had a motion and a second, and you're voting on the Albert's bill with it being amended. And we're voting actually on the amendment. One moment. Do you have something you want to say? You'd have to go, we're in the middle of a process. So I'm not sure are you speaking to this bill? The time to speak on it was earlier. Okay, please go to the podium.
Bismillah. I wanted to give respect to the honorable committee, first and foremost. And I also think that we are acting and functioning in good faith. I think it's disingenuous from what I'm hearing about this process and not giving the proper respect to the people, who have elected these representatives to represent them properly. I'm hearing about this mapping issue, and I'm very concerned. I don't think that people are keeping their ear to the ground and listening to the concerns of the people, particularly those that are disenfranchised, who represent the soul of this country, in my view. And we can measure the evolution of America by looking at the condition of these people who are being disenfranchised. And to not have sensitivity to that reality astounds me as a human being, because I would expect people, even though we're in human form, all of us don't seem to be human in terms of dealing with these concerns and helping to raise up these people who are disenfranchised every day through systems that's working against them, even systems in government that are not sensitive to the needs of these people. So I'm listening to Senator Misha,
and her concerns about, the districting of the map. And I'm not sure if I'm out of order or not. Please excuse me if I am, but I'm thinking that, the map should be inclusive, and it should be in consideration of the points that she's making, to this body of legislative elected officials. So that's pretty much the gist of what I want to say about this. My soul is rupturing as I'm listening, to what's being said and how it's being said, and the insensitivity. So that's my concern. I wanted to, at least my soul wouldn't let me sit there, and not say anything. I wasn't prepared to say anything about this issue, but I had to, because of how I'm feeling with how this process is unfolding here. So that's really all I have to say.
Thank you very much for sharing with us. Okay, I've got somebody at the podium. This is the last person that's going to speak to this bill. We asked for comment earlier, and it will be 2 minutes, and then the mic is being turned off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be extremely brief. My name is Jessica Corbett. I'm the Director of External Affairs for Fulton County. And I simply wanted to make the committee aware that the map in Senator Albert's original bill was based on the submission that we made to the reapportionment office. Fulton County has a 7-member commission, 4 Democrats, 3 Republicans. The map was unanimously adopted by our Board of Commissioners, and that was the map that the map in Senator Albert's bill was based on. We simply wanted to make the committee aware of that. Thank you.
Parliamentary.
I'm in the
inquiry.
middle of a motion, and so I'm not going to recognize you at this time until we finish with whatever else is going on. Representative Fleming.
Madam Chair, I've been having a discussion with the committee aide and trying to make this as clear as possible. I recognize that there is some confusion about substituting Representative Maynard's map for Representative Albert's map. The request was made to me that it might be clearer if I withdrew my amendment. We vote on Representative Oliver's original motion, that is Representative Senator Albert's map. If that motion is defeated, which I will vote against it and ask for, then if it is defeated, I will then make a separate motion to pass Representative Maynard's map. So at this time, I would ask the chair to allow me to withdraw my amendment. And if the chair so suits, we can move ahead with the vote on Representative Oliver's original motion, and I'll speak to that at the appropriate time.
Thank you. I will accept your withdrawal.
Then, Madam Chair, I wish to make a substitute motion to my original motion.
One moment, and we'll see. Okay, Representative Oliver, what is your motion?
I wish to substitute the maps and the legislation set forth in House Bill 1244 instead of Mr. Albert's bill.
Are those maps
They're before the committee. They're on the agenda in a later.
map that has not been introduced yet? So I'm not going to recognize that right now. I don't have that map. Thank you.
I believe they're identical.
Okay.
In fact,
Okay.
I know they are.
Representative Fleming, did you have something to say?
I think Mr. Albers is correct. I think that 1244 is the same as Mr. Albers, but the difference would be in effect that we would be passing a House bill that would then have more opportunity for the Senate to participate in whatever is going on here in this room and in Fulton County's commission office.
I'm not going to recognize that at this time. Representative Fleming, did you have something you wanted to say?
If I may, Madam Chair, just to understand our posture. So at the moment, we have Representative Oliver's motion before us to pass Senate Bill 437. And if we want to reach Representative Mainer's map, we would need to vote no on that. So a substitute can be proposed, correct?
Okay, we have a motion to do pass the bill as it is with no change. Are there any questions? Does everybody understand? This will be with the map that Albers has presented. It is not including the sub. Okay. It would be LC 44194-1S. That is the bill that you have. Are there any comments? Anybody that wants to ask a question? Okay, we will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against will say nay.
Sains, nay.
Williamson, nay.
We're going to take a voice from the ones on Zoom anyway. Those on Zoom, if you will please. All right, let's call for this all over again. Everybody in favor will say aye. How about you just raise your hand? And on Zoom, please identify yourself if you're a yes.
Mary Frances Williams, aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed will raise your hand.
What?
And those in Zoom,
Gravely, nay.
Williamson, no.
Sains, nay.
okay.
I will know. If I'm working this right.
Okay, that motion failed. All right, now we will entertain another motion. Representative Fleming,
Madam Chair, I move that Senate Bill 437 pass as substituted with Representative Mainer's bill, which is LC 44-1960S.
all right, are there any questions? I see Representative Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Parliamentary inquiry, is the top portion of Representative Mainer's map the same as Senator Albert's map? Just
You'll
the
have
top
to look
portion.
at the maps yourself and see.
It's not, it's in such small detail, you can't really tell. So I'm thinking the two bill sponsors should be able to answer that.
Please.
I'll
Representative
answer,
Fleming.
Madam Chair. Districts 1 and 2 are the exact same as Senator Albers.
Thank you.
And also District 3.
That is correct. 1, 2, and 3 are the same on both maps.
Okay, we're going to confirm that this is a call for a do pass on the bill as a committee substitute. And that is Senate Bill 437, LC 441960S. All those in favor will raise your hand. I need a, is there a second? Okay. All those in favor? Those on Zoom?
Yes.
Gravely, yes.
Williamson, yes.
Okay, all those opposed, raise your hand. Those on Zoom?
Mary Frances Williams, no.
Okay, the bill passes as substitute.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next we will be hearing Senate Bill 457. It's by Senator Burns. If you'll come forward. Yes, please feel free to join him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to come before the committee and present Senate Bill 457 and then its companion bill 458. This has been a difficult and arduous process as we attempted to work with Augusta and Richmond County and their local redistricting efforts. I want to take a moment and kind of bring you up to speed on how we got to where we are today. Certainly the process started back in July where there was an ad hoc committee appointed by the Richmond County commissioners and school board and legislative representations. Representative Newton was a part of that committee. It went through a fairly long process from July through August through September, October, and November. Around November the 10th, there were some challenges recognized by a bipartisan group in the delegation. Let me say that they were working from an early on initial draft that was developed in September by the Legislative Reapportionment and Redistricting Office. And that initial draft had some serious concerns. A large number of communities of interest, neighborhoods, and precincts were split, actually 13. And during the process of the public hearings, a number of individuals spoke to that concern. So in November, Senator Jones and I and Representative Wayne Howard asked the reapportionment office to provide an alternative map which would ensure that, first of all legal requirements were met, all Voting Rights Act, all 14th Amendment concerns were met, but also that we maintained as many political boundaries as possible, minimal boundary changes, minimal precinct changes. That map was offered and actually taken to the study committee in November, and the study committee chose not to consider them. Subsequently, the committee on a split vote adopted the initial map that was provided. It was strictly a numerical maximizing map. They voted on the map on a split decision. It went to the commissioners on a split decision. It went to the school board. It was split, always 6-4. And then it came to the delegation. In January the 6th, the delegation met with the county commission. We explained our concerns. We asked them to work with us to resolve our differences and our concerns, and they chose not to engage. Finally, on January the 26th, we had a meeting with the delegation and the redistricting office, and again, offering to work out concerns and differences, but yet we were not able to achieve any cooperation. So we, as a Senate delegation, Senator Lee Anderson, myself, as a majority of the delegation, certainly Senator Jones was not a part of that, chose not to participate. We offered up the map that was drawn in November, that was presented to the committee in November, that is fully compliant with federal requirements, maintains not only local boundaries, but also neighborhoods, some neighborhoods longstanding over 100 years, and communities of interest. That bill was adopted after spirited discussion and debate by the Senate. And that is the bill that you have in front of you today. I'm happy to entertain any concerns or questions, and I'm happy to yield to my colleague from the House, Representative Newton.
Representative
Senator.
Newton, please go right ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Just, I won't belabor much of it. I do want to give you the background so you understand why we're in this committee. Our metro area has had tremendous growth, over 600,000 in our metro area. However, all of that's not been in Augusta, Richmond County. It's only grown from about 195,000 in the previous census to a little over 200,000 now. But a lot of that growth occurred in a district that I largely represent. That was District 3, one of our 8 districts, and then we have 2 super districts. That one was 25% over its target population. So obviously it needed to share some of the growth that had been there with the other. What the senator references is there was an initial draft map. This has been explained to members of both parties that was done by a junior staffer while senior staff was busy with congressional maps, a special session, and House and Senate redistricting. It was simply dividing the numbers by 8 and putting them out there. It didn't take into account any precinct lines. It didn't take into account neighborhood lines, communities of interest. It was simply a numbers map meant as an initial draft. That's been explained by the director of reapportionment. It's been very helpful, and she's explained that to members of both parties. No senior staff reviewed it. The director didn't review it. It was never meant to be a final consideration. As a matter of fact, the map did split neighborhoods, as we've heard, split communities of interest. It split 13 precincts, and it split some of those into 3 different districts, as we often just heard about Fulton County in certain areas. It split some of them in 3 different districts. The concerns were vigorously expressed with me as the representative from some of the areas that had this, to the Ad Hoc Committee, to the Commission, that the initial draft we were explained to that would never pass the Senate. That was explained early with the opportunity for either the Ad Hoc Committee or the Commission to work on something else. Fortunately, with Senator Jones, Senator Burns, and Chairman of our delegation, Wayne Howard, they had requested our nonpartisan reapportionment office to draw a second map that did take into account communities of interest, that did take into account neighborhoods. And fortunately, this map actually decreased from 13 precincts being split, sometimes 3 ways. It dropped it to just two precincts being split. It kept neighborhoods together. It kept communities of interest together. We've had it reviewed several times. Both of the maps supplied by the nonpartisan reapportionment office fully comply with the Voting Rights Act, with the state of Georgia Constitution, with the federal Constitution. No incumbent that's eligible for re-election. There's one that's term limited, that's unable to run again, but no incumbent eligible for re-election has been disturbed by this map. There were no changes to any of the Black majority districts. Augusta in the recent census is, and I know the Voting Rights Act requires us to address race to make sure that we're complying with the Voting Rights Act. Augusta is about 55% Black in the most recent census. This map keeps all the 6 majority Black districts that have 6 Black commissioners intact. It doesn't change any of that. 6 out of 10, 60% are represented and have the ability to elect people they want. Each of us do. We all vigorously support our constituents that at whatever level we've been elected at, whether at the local level, the split vote that the senator referred to, vigorously, representing their constituents. Those of us here were elected just as well to vigorously represent our constituents. I think this is ended up with a very fair map, fully compliant with all the requirements. And I think the senator did a great job in getting us a map that can be in time for us to have our qualifying coming up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will you for any questions?
Okay, you have several. Representative Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 2 questions, because you mentioned about the Black vote. But when I look at what the Board of Commissioners approved to go into the map versus what you have, I see that in your map, the cumulative minority vote has decreased in nearly every district except District 6. And in that case, at least a Black vote goes from 57.75% to 69.5%. So it's almost a 12% jump, which is a lot. And that looks like Black voters are being packed into this district, which has the effect of diluting Black voting power. So just walk me through how you made that decision to do that.
Would you be specific about the district? You're concerned with District 6?
Yes, and well, it's a cumulative concern. And what I said is that in your map, the cumulative minority vote in every district, nearly almost every district, has decreased. So it looks like you grabbed a bunch of minority voters from each district and packed them into District 6, where it's going from 50, Black voters, at least in that population, are going from 57.75% to 69.5%. So it's almost a 12% increase. I'm asking you about packing in that district.
Let me say that I did not draw these maps. Neither did Representative Newton. Matter of fact, no member of the delegation drew these maps. These maps were drawn by the nonpartisan Legislative Office of Redistricting and Reapportionment with the request that it comply with all law and that it also maintain current boundaries as much as possible. So we didn't split precincts, and it maintained neighborhoods. And we are providing, and we have passed a map that is fully compliant. Now, certainly numbers are going to adjust. We're going to see adjustments in numbers, but none of that was designed to either pack or in any way disenfranchise any voter.
So let me ask a follow-up question. So, and I don't represent Augusta or Richmond. So this is, what I'm being told about the maps that are going around. Was there a different, what I was referencing before was a different map that the Board of Commissioners had approved. Was there a different map that they approved versus what you have?
There was a map that the Board of Commissioners approved on a split vote, 6-4, and the school board approved on a 6-4 vote. That was the original map from September, again, as Representative Newton pointed out, by a new member of the staff that was strictly based on numerical equivalencies between districts. And what happened is, in one precinct, we split it into 3 separate commission districts, or they did. That was their proposal. They received a significant amount of public input, all of which was opposed to that. And the Ad Hoc Committee, nor the County Commission, nor the school board made any changes at all to the initial draft map. And so what you have here is an optional map drawn again by a nonpartisan office that was offered to the study committee in November, as were 3 other maps offered by the Augusta-Richmond County Board of Elections, none of which the study committee chose to even consider because they gravitated to a numbers only map and regrettably did not accept input from the community. This is an attempt to accept input from the community.
Just a final question, just for clarification, because again, most of us are not in Richmond and Augusta. So you're saying that the map that you are sponsoring, you didn't give any input into this being drawn? It's just you went to reapportionment and said, draw one for the county that complies?
Let me say, there were 3 of us who asked the reapportionment office to provide an alternative map. Senator Harold Jones, Democrat, Senator Max Burns, a Republican, and the chairman of our delegation, Representative Wayne Howard, a Democrat. In reality, it was bipartisan, and it was both representative races. So both white and Black asked for this to be drawn. And the only request we had was that it fully comply, which they're not going to give you a map that doesn't, but fully comply with all law and maintain as many current political boundaries as possible and not split communities of interest or neighborhoods. By the way, all that was the expectation of the redistricting guidelines that were adopted in August by the committee, the local committee on reapportionment redistricting for Richmond, Augusta.
Thank you.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm also not from Augusta or Richmond, and I'm new to the chamber, so I'm trying to figure out areas of the state. You said that there was bipartisan support to go draw the maps.
That's correct.
Do those same Democrats agree with the map that was ultimately drawn?
They are not willing to support the very maps that they requested. Senator Jones agreed to take the map to the study committee. Regrettably, he was not allowed to make that presentation. And in all fairness to Senator Jones, my friend, and to Representative Howard, my friend, they choose to not support this map. And I understand their position.
These maps are actually very similar. They're not dramatically different. The same 6 out of 10 commissions that's in place right now. Is nobody's trying to reduce any particular voting power or voting block. And both maps are that way. One just split neighborhoods and precincts dramatically more than the 2 maps, both of them drawn by reapportionment. I do know in one of the meetings I was participating in by Zoom, because we were here in special session, there was a little discussion because this map split precincts in my district, split neighborhoods in my district, like I mentioned, into 3 different districts for 1 precinct sometimes. There was a comment that was made that said, well, it's about time those neighborhoods got split the way we did back in 2012. The difference with that in 2012 is this body didn't draw the maps then. It didn't take community input. It kind of abdicated that role, and a federal judge in a hurry with no community input had to put maps together. So there was a little bit of this comments that were made that, well, it's about time some of these other areas got split up the way we did. I offered, and Senator Burns offered, to work with both the commission and the delegation to see if, in addition to solving the 13 split precincts and the neighborhood split, if we could work on some of those leftover problems from 2012, and maybe we could work together. Unfortunately, we were never able to come up with a group that was willing to work with us to try to solve some of those obviously wounds from 2012. But what we would like to do is to not create new wounds, just as a salve for the old. So that's what happened.
Are you finished?
Can I ask a follow-up question? So my issue is with process. So let me ask this. What is the partisan split of your delegation?
It's 2 to 1 in the Senate.
It's in the Senate, it's 2 to 1 as far as Republican, 2 senators and 1 Democrat. In the House, it's 4 to 1. Is that right? 4 Democrats to 1 Republican.
Okay, so y'all have a split on each chamber.
Yes, we do.
Interesting. Okay, that's a new one. Thank you for.
Okay, Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator or Representative, so I'm also trying to decipher exactly what's going on. So the map presented before us, it was never put to vote in front of the ad hoc committee.
It was provided to the ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee declined to consider it.
Thank you. And then the local delegation, the Richmond local delegation on the House side has a map that the ad hoc committee approved. Is that correct?
It was that initial draft that was from the reapportionment office in September.
Okay, so
same map.
Okay, so the commissioner, the Richmond County, the majority of the Richmond County ad hoc committee, they prefer a different map.
They prefer the initial map that splits enormous numbers of communities and precincts. Yes.
Thank you. And then when we're looking at these 2 maps in comparison, I did want to ask about BVAP populations in District 3 and District 8 specifically. From what I see with the initial map in District 3, BVAP is 48%, but it decreases under this proposed map to 42%. And then again, in District 8, BVAP was 34.2% and it decreases to 31.97%. Is that correct?
Let's look first at District 3, please.
Sure.
All right, give me those numbers again.
In the initial map, 48% BVAP versus the current map, 42%.
That sounds correct.
In the map that we are proposing,
Please speak into the mic.
thank you. You are correct. The black VAP in the map that was the original map, the draft map was 46.3. And in the revised map, the second map that we're considering today, it is 42.07. Is that correct? We agree?
So we agree that BVAP decreased in District 3.
I would suggest that the map did not decrease. The precincts were moved in block to avoid splitting precincts. So precinct 309 was moved in whole in block, and that adjusted certain numbers. Yes.
Thank you. And then District 8, there was also similarly a decrease in BVAP.
I believe the number was from 34.2 to 31.9, or roughly 30.
Those are the numbers I have too. Thank you, Senator. And one more question.
Sure.
I understand that when ad hoc committees, when all delegations are addressing local redistricting, the intent is to try to preserve as many communities, to not break up precincts, but the underlying parameter that has to be taken above everything else is following the Federal Voting Rights Act, Section 2. Is that correct?
I would say that that's the paramount responsibility of the redistricting office, and they have fulfilled that.
And Senator, sometimes when we are following the Federal Voting Rights Act under Section 2, there is some chance that precincts are broken up.
We did break up 2. We were trying to keep from breaking up 13.
Right. But my, what I believe happened in your efforts to try to preserve precincts, we see that in 2 districts, BVAP decrease, whereas the initial map, though it may have more split precincts, the intent was trying to adhere to Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act in preserving that higher BVAP number. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Brunel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Who are the members of the Ad Hoc Committee?
There were some from the Board of Education, some from the commissioners, several of us, although we were here in special session through over half of the meetings.
Okay. It was my understanding that you all came up with a map with the ad hoc, and then that there was a problem because there's one particular neighborhood that did not want to be a part. It was a neighborhood where the majority of the residents were white, and that they did not want to be a part. And then that's when the problem came with the maps. Is that correct?
No, I think it was really more, the problem with the map is there was no community input, no representative, whether local or statewide, representing this area, asked for a line to be moved, asked for any adjustment to be made, took feedback from the community. We got a lot of feedback from the community. We just didn't change any of the initial junior draftsman map that came out from the reapportionment office as a starting point. So no changes were made to it. No community input was put into it. The communities of interest, the precincts, those splits were going on. So for some reason, the ad hoc committee pretty much rubber stamped that initial draft. And then once it got there, it went on through the rest of the process.
Okay. I just have one more other question. So it was my understanding that Chairman Newton, that you were okay with the maps before, and then it changed. Is that right? So you never approved them?
No.
Okay. And so there was no way for you all to go back on the House side because we're on the Senate side, because you were working with the delegation on the House side, correct?
Well, we disagreed on the map that that initial map from the reapportionment office, I agreed on the second reapportionment office map, but the other members did not agree with that one. I'm not sure why they don't like it, but it's a good, fair map. It keeps a good balance.
Well, I guess if it's 5 of them and they don't agree, it might not be as good as you think it is.
Thank you. Representative Collins, you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a question for you. Was there any conversation with those folks in the Hispanic community on these maps? I know a lot of times we start talking about minority and majority, but obviously here we're talking about minority and the Hispanic community. Was there any thought given to them? Were they brought to the table? I know in this situation, it seems like the white population is in the minority in this county. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the majority is African-American or Black.
And that's reflected in the districts.
Okay. But I mean, the other minority there, the real minority seems to be the Hispanic and Asian community. Were they brought in? They have any input in these maps at all?
I don't believe they were as a group defined by race.
Okay.
I never heard of
All right.
anything.
I just wonder if they had any objection, if they were ever engaged in that, or if they came forward. That was just a question I had for you.
They would have been a part of the ad hoc committee's work where they took public input.
Okay.
But you have to understand that they chose to not take any action on any public input that was presented.
Okay.
So certainly when we requested a second map for consideration from the reapportionment office, they took that need into consideration from a numerical perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Maynard? You wave? Okay, Representative Fleming?
Madam Chair, you may have other speakers signed up, but at the appropriate time, when you get ready for a motion, I was going to make one.
Okay,
for you.
I do have some folks from the audience
Sure.
that would like to speak.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, we have several folks that would like to speak. Representative Howard, you're right there. Why don't you go right ahead? Can someone get that mic down for him? There, very good.
Madam Chair, maybe I might do better at that table.
Okay.
Please do.
Yes. Okay, I will ask you to please take your mask off. It will help us. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon to Madam Chair and all the committee members. I've heard a lot said today about some things, and I was on that ad hoc committee. Just for clarity, the ad hoc committee was consisted of 4 commissioners, 4 Board of Education members, and 4 delegation members. So it was well balanced. And that committee voted for a map that you have not seen in here today. It is sitting in Governmental Affairs, but it has not been heard. So that's the map that we, the ad hoc committee, voted on. Once that map was sent to came out of the ad hoc committee, it came before we brought it to Atlanta and adopted it as a map that we wanted to go forward with. So once that happened, it's all local legislation. We treated it as local legislation. And that's what we wanted to see, the process go through, everything go through that process. But for whatever reason, it has not. And, I still don't understand how we changed the rules for whatever reason to appease somebody. I don't know who we're trying to appease. And I don't want to get into Republican and Democrats and black and white, but that seems to be what we're dealing with here today, y'all. And I deeply regret that, because I run a business back in Augusta, and 90% of my business is white. And I have no problem in servicing any race. It doesn't matter. But politics is different. Politics is found this way to be different than regular business. And how do we fix that? I can't tell you. I don't know. But if you vote your heart and vote your conscience and do what you know is right, and what I mean by that is that Augusta has grown. Augusta has grown tremendously in District 3, a lot more than any other district in the city. Now, with that growth in District 3, you have a large percentage of African Americans that have moved into that district. And it's not in that community that we're trying to preserve, but it's in that district. So we have to do what the Voting Rights Act tells us to do. And that is one vote, one person, one vote. And if we're going to do that, we have to allow the process to work in its true and fair way. And when you take the power away from the people in the community and from the people that live in the city, home rule is what we use here in Augusta, at the Capitol. When you take that away and then you bring it here to Atlanta, and you switch the rules for your bill to pass just because you have a majority of the House and the Senate, then you've actually taken the power away from the people. You're using your own rules to manipulate and not give the people what they want and what they're asking for. Now, we said in, I heard it said, and I'll be brief here, that I lost my thought a little bit.
Representative, the time is running out, and I
Okay.
did want to clarify something. I think you're in the process of asking to have a bill sent back and moved, and we're waiting for you to make that motion on the floor. Is that correct? Because we had talked about that.
Right, that's what we would, that way it goes through the
Well,
process. Yes.
that's a different issue. We're talking about the map that's here in this bill today.
Right.
That's really what's on the floor here being discussed. Please finish your thoughts.
Okay, so the two senators that represents Augusta, to answer the question, the two senators that represent Augusta that were not in favor, they represent a total of 8 precincts out of 72. So what does that tell you? I mean, we're dealing with something that's above our heads, and it's just the way it is. But I would plead to this committee to, most of you see me and you speak to me and you holler, we speak and I would love to see us vote our conscience somewhere down the road. And if we do that, then we can move on. But other than that, all we're doing is creating more dissension and more separation. And that's not where we need to be. And I'll leave it right there.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Representative Frazier, if you'd like to go to the podium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the members of the committee, I stand before you today in opposition to SB 457 and 458. A lot of the information that you have listened to today has really been misguided information. The word delegation was used many, many times, whereas the delegation did not sit and have these continuous meetings that were referred to by Senator Burns. There were members of the delegation, but never the entire delegation. So I do not want to repeat everything that Representative Howard just said, but I was just astounded by all the misguided information on how these maps came to be. The two original maps that we brought to this committee using home rule, that we have yet to see the maps or vote on the maps, are the maps that were sent by the commission and the school board for Augusta-Richmond County. I am not a map drawer. I don't draw maps. I don't think the two senators or the representative know how to draw maps, but unfortunately, they have drawn maps that benefit only one area of Augusta. So I am asking each of you to let the folk in Augusta, Georgia, have their maps that they drew. And just a correction, there is 61.7% African Americans in Augusta, not 55. There's 34% white. So we have a diverse community now. And if you move one area over, there's that domino effect that will push all the other precincts out of line. I actually live in that, one of the precincts that Representative Mark Newton was referring to. I've been split for 10 years. You drive at the end of my driveway, you're in District 4. You cross over to my neighbor, John, he's in District 10. So welcome to diversity. That's just the way it is. And so now the people of Augusta-Richmond County have spoken. They have sent their maps up here, and we would just like for you all to consider the maps that we have and to vote down SB 457 and 458, because it is not a true reflection of what Augusta-Richmond County is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have online to speak to this bill 457, Ben Hassan. Hassan? Okay.
Yes.
Hassan?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please unmute yourself and speak.
Yeah, I think have I done that thus far?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, ma'am. You said we'll have 2 minutes?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, well, thank you very much, ma'am. I oppose the bills that's before you today. But for sake of time, I want to read something because I think it's been misrepresented what has came out of the reapportionment office. So just bear with me, let me read. This is from Lynn Bailey, who's our previous Board of Election Director, to Ms. Gina Wright, and Ms. Gina Wright giving her a response about the bill that we adopted. She says, Gina, as you know, the local redistricting committee here in Augusta-Richmond County has passed a recommendation to the Augusta Commission and the Richmond County Board of Education in support of moving forward with the plan Augusta-Richmond County Draft 2021 prepared by your office to sit to the committee on 9/15/2021. The Augusta Commission is expected to take this matter up at its meeting on 12/7/21 by adopting a resolution in support of the plan and directing that the plan be submitted to your office for review and issuance of a technical certification. They plan to copy our legislative delegation with the resolution. As I understand it, once the technical certification has been received, we will then notify the delegation of receipt of certification and reject that and request that legislation be drafted. Are we on the right path? Here's Ms. Gina Wright's response to her. Lynn, I thought you were on vacation this week, so you have the general idea correct. But when a plan is drawn by my office, there is no need for technical certification. So as long as no change was made to the plan as we drew it, then once it is adopted by the local boards, they will be able to notify the legislative delegation of their wishes to have a bill drafted. We will not prepare the description until one of your legislators requested from us, and they will be sent to our office of legislative counsel. Be aware that each legislative delegation has their own rules for local legislation in terms of whether they require unanimous votes on such matters or if a majority approval is accepted. They may want to reword the resolution if requesting technical review, since that would not be a necessary step. Madam Chair, and to other members and to the other hosts in the audience, I read that because the senator has a tendency there to disregard the draft map. As you can see, And that was on, I'm sorry for not making the date. That was on 12/2, December 1, December the 2nd of 21. Those timelines happened. And what that meant is that Ms. Gina Wright's office stood beside that draft map. She had no problems with it. We
Thank
looked
you
at a
very
total
much
of
for
4.
sharing with us today. We are limiting speech to 2 minutes. I have allowed a little extra for our elected officials. So thank you very much for sharing that information with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another representative here that wants to speak. Please go to the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to clarify a couple of things. As a member of that ad hoc committee, we did, contrary to what was said earlier, we did listen to public input, and we did consider not just the map that was given to us that Commissioner Hassan just talked about, but also 3 others that Senator Burns talked about that was given to us by the local election committee. They all were considered. They all were discussed. They all took public input from. And the committee, ad hoc committee, decided which maps to vote on. Those maps were not approved by the ad hoc committee. They were approved by the county commissioners and the local board of education, our local representation. That's where it came from, not an ad hoc committee. They were the working group, like you guys are here. You're the working group, the committee. They were approved by the commission and by the Board of Education.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. We have another speaker here in the meeting room, Cindy Battles. And I'll remind the lady it's 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Cindy Battles, and I am the Policy and Engagement Director for the Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda. I am not from Augusta, but we have a large membership in Augusta. And because of that, the meetings that Senator Burns referred to, I listened to every single one of them. Because Augusta and Richmond not only made sure that they had public meetings to hear from people, but they also made sure that you could watch them online, and they allowed residents to make comments online because they were that committed to hearing what the public had to say. One of the things that the public had to say was they wanted a fair, nonpartisan process in getting these maps drawn. And I think that one of the things that we are seeing here is that that has not happened. And I'm going to be completely honest and say that there seems to be a pattern for the counties that are being taken out of the regular local bill process and brought into this general bill process. Senator Ralston earlier today, they waved a box around and he said there were hundreds of local bills in there and they were going to bypass the rules and get a first read and be sent to Intergovernmental Affairs. So why is Augusta, Richmond, and Cobb and some of these others different? Now, that's the process. Let's talk about the map. Since 2010, the white population in Augusta and Richmond has decreased while the Black population has increased. So what I would love to know is why District 5 got less Black, D6 has gotten more Black voters to the point where it's obviously been packed. And District 3 should be a majority minority district, but somehow got made a majority white district. There are problems with the process and there are problems with these maps, and they should not be passed. Thank you.
Thank you. I will address the lady's issue. Uncontested bills are what are going to local consideration, and they are ones that are not contested. These bills that we have received are ones that there is people contesting it. Thank you.
Right, but the
Thank you. Okay. I think everyone that wanted to speak to this bill has spoken, and now I will recognize Representative Fleming.
Move to pass Senate Bill 457.
Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. I will ask all those in favor to say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Now, I was not given the opportunity to speak.
I'm sorry, who is that?
I'm Venus Kane. I was the vice chair of the Ad Hoc Committee. I also serve on Richmond County School Board
Okay.
as District 9.
What is your name again?
Venus Kane. I've been on here since 2 o'clock waiting
Right,
for
and
you.
I have you signed up for House Bill 458. So we were going to have a hearing on the second bill. The bill we're addressing right now is 457 LC 471327.
Okay.
And we have a, let's go ahead and raise our hands and have a count. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Dietitian practice, diet.
All those online will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against, please raise your hand. Okay, identify yourself as an aye on the Zoom. Okay. The motion passes. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Your bill passes.
Wait, I didn't get to vote no on Zoom.
I think we got your vote.
Okay.
Okay. Now we will take up Senate Bill 458, working off of LC 471328. If you would please address the bill to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. The maps are consistent between Senate Bill 457 and 458. The same discussion that we made and the process that we laid out are similar, and I will yield for questions.
Representative Fleming.
I just have a motion at the appropriate time.
Okay. All right. We do have some people that want to speak to the bill. I don't see any questions from the committee. Okay, now we can hear from Venus Kane, if you would unmic.
Yes, ma'am, I'm on mic. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I do want to make one thing perfectly clear before I start. I do want to say that Max Burns did not attend any of the meetings, and Mr. Newton, Representative Newton, attended at least 1 or 2 meetings of the several meetings that were had. 10 years ago, we embarked upon the mission to withdraw the local election lines of Augusta, Georgia. I had the privilege of sitting on the board 10 years ago, just as I did this year. There were some difference in the time as there were 10 years ago. The biggest difference 10 years ago, all members of the Ad Hoc Committee approved the map. A few individuals in the community disagreed and the lines were redrawn by a judge. There's quite a stark difference this time. It is driven by politics and race. District 4, 5, and 6 are melting pot districts. They were dismantled. This year, there was a sense of we are better than District 4, 5, and 6, and representation will not look like us. Can we just take race and political affiliation out of the equation? Look at us as all God-fearing people without color or political affiliation. District 3 has grown tremendously over the last 10 years, and it continues to grow. District 1 and 2 lost population due to the regentrification of the downtown area. Therefore, the only issues on the table should have been how can we reduce the number in District 3 and increase the numbers in District 1 and 2 without totally dismantling the whole city and putting communities back together. There are 7 leadership values the Army instilled in me. My quote of the day to you is, do you have enough loyalty, enough duty, enough respect, enough selfish service, enough honor, enough integrity, and enough personal courage to do the right thing by the people of Augusta in this beautiful state of Georgia? If you take the first letter of loyalty, duty, respect, selfish service, honor, integrity, personal courage, it stands for leadership abbreviated. It has been said, do the right thing. It will gratify some people and astonish the rest. Mark Twain. The time is always right to do the right thing. Martin Luther King. Do you have the courage to display loyalty, duty, respect, selfishness, service, honor, and integrity, and personal courage to do the right thing by accepting the maps that was drawn by the Richmond County Board of Education and the Richmond County Commission, and which was developed by the State of Georgia Reapportionment Office? I thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your comments with us. And one more, Betty Reese is on Zoom, if you will. Go ahead. Make sure you unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. I'm a concerned citizen. My name's Betty Reese. I live here in Augusta, Richmond County. And we understand that the process of mapping Redistricting is going on according to the recent census tracts. Again, we wish to ask you all to please that this process be fair, be transparent, and most of all, be open. Please, please do not diminish our Black and brown votes. We have voices. We should be allowed to vote in the way that we feel best suits our communities. Again, it's already been stated, one vote, one person. Thank you so much. I yield
Thank you
back my
for sharing
time.
your thoughts with us. Okay, is there anyone in the audience that wants to address the committee? Are there any other comments? Okay, Representative Fleming, I will recognize you.
Do pass Senate Bill 458.
Do we have a second? Okay, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, we will have a hand count. If you're all in favor, say aye. Raise your right hand. Okay, those on Zoom, if you will identify yourself and give us your vote.
Mary Frances Williams, no.
Williamson, yes.
Okay. All those that are against, raise your hand. The ayes have it. Your bill passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, we have one more bill to take up today. And if you would come forward, please, Representative Dwyer. Okay, if you would, bring forward your bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. As you've heard, I think this is fourth or fifth time we've had to discuss Fulton redistricting here for the commission. We've got one more to deal with. I will say this on the Board of Education, that went through quickly. There were no disputes. I feel like we did a good job with that. I do want to start by saying, Madam Chair, that with the Fulton Board of Education, we were informed that the Board of Education unanimously approved of that map. We did some independent vetting to see if it complied with the Voting Rights Act and other issues, and it did. So we were able to pass that through locally. Regarding the Board of Commissioners map, we were informed that that unanimously passed. And in fact, it did unanimously pass. Subsequently, one of the commissioners withdrew their support, and this has created a process. You have in front of you HB 1244, which, similar to what Senator Albers said, he had a placeholder bill that was entered. That is what you have. The folks signed on to that bill did not support that language. They support the language of the sub, which is LC 441945S. It should be in your folder. The Fulton County delegation has 25 members. 16 have signed off and approved these maps. It is well more than the 13 required, which is a majority. We are bringing this map because we initially saw Senator Albers bring the map, which was the Board of Commission map that Gina Wright had straightened out. And then Senator Albers had tweaked a couple precincts in his area, which we were fine with. We did an analysis. We looked at the voting age populations. We were fine with Senator Albert's tweak. We are aware, certainly this is a Republican-controlled House and there's a Republican-controlled Senate. So if that was the request, we were willing to accept it. But today I'm trying to clean up something. Since this bill went in, there has been attacks on the members that signed the bill. They signed it at my request because I was trying to meet with procedural timeline to get to a bill in as requested by Intergovernmental Coordination Committee. The only way to clean up that bill, since there was a decision not to let it go through intergovernmental coordination, was to move it to Government Affairs. I made that motion to have this bill recommitted and reassigned to this committee so that I could get the correct language in on the record for the members that signed the bill for me. That's the short story of it. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
I do have a statement to make that this is a substitute. It replaces the language of the bill that was dropped to accommodate the wishes. This is really what it was. It was a placeholder.
That's
And
correct.
and you're replacing that with the other map.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct, Chair.
Do I have any questions for the gentleman? In a moment, I will recognize you. Right now, I have several people that want to speak to the bill. And I will call them, and I don't know that they really knew what the bill was doing. So I will go, Wale Sabra, if you would like to speak to the bill, please go to the mic.
Good afternoon. My name is Wale Udin Abdul Sabir. I am in favor of 1244. To my understanding, there were 14 individuals that were supporting this bill, and they withdrew. This is something that we believe would be in the would not be in the interest, of the residents of Fulton County, and I am a Fulton County resident, so I'm definitely in favor of the bill 1444. Thank you.
Thank you. David Sharif.
Greetings again to the Honorable Chairman and the Honorable committee members. I am in opposition to Bill 1244. I really think that is not in the best interest of the community. I had spoken to some of the people in the community about this particular bill, and I don't think that this bill really represents 1244. That represents what is in the best interest of the community. I was looking at some notes that I have here for this bill. I think it was kind of put forth in a way that I think the 14 senators that had initially voted for that bill, and now I think there may have been a backlash in the community as a result of them voting for making the district nonpartisan. And I know that this is some elections coming up, and as a result of that, there seems to be some backtracking. While it is good to change your mind, I think it should not be done without accountability for mistakes that are made as human beings. We in our human excellence, we do make mistakes, and we should acknowledge those mistakes, and then correct them, and openly, as human beings, and then make the necessary corrections.
Thank you. I believe you have a question. Representative Shannon, do you have a question?
Yes, it's actually for the bill sponsor, but it's based off of what the gentleman said, just to clarify, so that we're all on the same page, because again, I don't represent Fulton. Does this bill still have nonpartisan commission seats?
It should not. If I'm successful at getting the substitute in today, Rep. Shannon, I probably spent about 100 hours since I was made aware of the error trying to get this straightened out.
Okay.
And that's been within about a week, 7-8 days. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Next would be Muhammad Alan.
Oh, excuse me, I misspoke. I'm not in favor of 1444.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you. You don't want to speak? Okay. Let's see, I have Haji. Are you Haji? Do you want to speak? Okay. Is that everyone that's wanted to speak? Okay, and those that have signed up, please, if you want to speak, go to the mic now. Identify yourself, please.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Fulton County Commissioner Natalie Hall. And I just want to clarify some things because I've been listening online to the meeting all day today, and I've thought it would be my business to come down and speak on exactly what has taken place instead of allowing for people to provide you with incorrect information. I did hear our Intergovernmental Affairs and External Affairs Director, Jessica Corbett, speak to you earlier about the previous bill and the fact that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners unanimously approved a map. It was similar to Senator Albert's initial map that was passed by the Senate. That map was the map that we agreed upon. There was one commissioner who then turned around after the unanimous vote, Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman, who said that she was disenfranchised, she didn't have an opportunity to be part of the process, that she opposed the full 7-board unanimous vote on a map that we sent to the state on time. We were not late. We sent it on time. It has been said repeatedly in every video of your meetings that our map was sent on time, January 20th, to be correct, to be absolute. And unfortunately, you're still getting incorrect information. This is an email from Commissioner Abdul-Rahman to her constituents, and I'll read to you what it says, because these are not the words of someone that has been disenfranchised and left out of a process. It says, after talking with many constituents in District 6, we have determined proposed new Map A is the best choice to preserve your current representation on the commission. And then she proceeds to tell her constituency how to speak at the meetings. That is not the words of someone who's been disenfranchised and not allowed to be part of the process. And also the vote shows at the county board meeting that Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman also voted in favor of the map that we sent over to the state, which is pretty much similar again to Senator Albert's first map. I also want to state that I keep hearing that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners didn't submit a map. They submitted on time. None of that, not on time, none of that is correct. That is incorrect. And so I want to set the record straight about that. And also, if you refer to the press conference that was done by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman and Representative Misha Maynor, you will see that they said that they want to keep neighborhoods intact. Well, in fact, the map that they proposed to you, which is Representative Maynor's map, does not do that. And I can specifically speak to a neighborhood called Washington Park because that is the neighborhood that I live in. A line was drawn directly in front of my house, and the rest of the neighborhood was put over into Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman's district, which would be a newly drawn district that she's never represented. And my constituents in that district have been in an uproar because they do not want to be removed from my district. The map that you have approved, which was Representative Maynor's map, disenfranchises all of my constituents who have contacted me and said, we want our neighborhoods represented. Now, the uniqueness of my district is that it is completely inside of the city of Atlanta. And the beauty of that is that we have neighborhood planning units. And then we have the neighborhoods that are represented inside of those neighborhood planning units. Every single one of those neighborhood planning units have contacted me and said they do not want to be removed from my district. However, the map that you just approved completely removes pretty much 2/3 to maybe even about 85, 90% of my constituents that I've served for over 10 years, 6 of those years as chief of staff to the late Fulton County Commissioner John P. Garner, and then the remaining 5 as the commissioner of that district. And so I would ask that you think about the decision that you've made, because now before you is a map that is more in line with what the full Fulton County Board of Commissioners has approved, not the map that you just currently did.
Thank you for sharing. You have a question. Representative Maynard?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Are you aware why there was a Senator Albers map and a Representative Maynard map?
I was aware that Senator Albers did a map to ensure that we were within the 1%, and his map was fine. We even discussed his map at our last Fulton County Board of Commissioners meeting and said that his map is pretty much in line with what the full Board of Commissioners did approve and sent over to the state on time.
If I can just follow up, please.
Yes, go ahead.
So the reason Senator Albers has a map and the reason I have a map is because Fulton County did not submit a map on time. Otherwise, it would be the Fulton County map. So not sure if you were aware of that.
I believe that you would be putting our Intergovernmental Affairs and External Affairs Director in a bad position by saying that it was not submitted on time. We not only hired lobbyists, but we have a whole department that focuses specifically on helping us to ensure that we get everything on time, and it was sent on time. So Jessica Corbett is here and Fran Calhoun. They both assist on the Fulton County side to ensure that our map was on time.
Thank you for sharing with us today. That's really not germane to what we're talking about in this bill.
That's okay. I'm just addressing Representative Maynard and what she's saying.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question for the bill sponsor.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I just want to be clear for the record. None of the Fulton County reps actually supported nonpartisan maps in the first place, and that mistake was made by Ledge Council, and we just didn't pick up on it.
Yes, so none of the Fulton representatives supported nonpartisan elections. What had happened, and Senator Albers talked about this earlier, he got a nonpartisan map. He's got a nonpartisan election bill, which he subbed in with his appropriations. We didn't have a full understanding that that was what was in the bill that was introduced. None of us support that, Representative Roberts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Maynard?
Thank you. Just quick question. So are you saying that none of the 14 people read the bill before they signed it?
It was actually 16 people supporting it. And what we did is we had that bill literally about 20 minutes before it needed to be introduced. So it was walked over. I'll take the responsibility for that mistake.
Thank you.
Okay, I will now entertain go ahead, I recognize you.
1244 due
Okay, can you please read it, the number by substitute?
441945S. LC 441945S. Do pass House Bill 1244.
Okay, is there any further discussion? We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All right, all those opposed? We'll ask for those online if you would identify your vote.
Mary Frances Williams, aye.
Your motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
That concludes our motion for today. We are adjourned.